So then I got this idea about driving a cheesecake truck, because I figured at the end of the day, I could take some of the leftover cheesecakes home, and I love cheesecake. So I went to the cheesecake company, and they asked me if I could drive a truck, and I said yes, and they said, you're hired. So the next day I got in the truck with all the cheesecakes, and I drove about a block, and I just had to have a cheesecake. So I pulled over and opened the truck, and I got a cheesecake, and I also took one for later, and I took one for my friend Farm Boy, and I took one to bring home, and by that time I had eaten one of the cheesecakes, so I took another one. Then I figured I might as well stop at my house to drop off all the cheesecakes. So I take 5 cakes to eat on the way, and I drive another block and a half to my house. Now it's lunchtime, so I ate 10 cheesecakes and a cheesecake for dessert. I should point out, by the way, that all of these cheesecakes were very delicious. Anyway, I decided that the only thing to do would be to eat all the rest of the cheesecakes and hide the truck somewhere and leave town. And I miss everybody a lot, but I'm not really sorry, because they were very delicious cheesecakes.
Today's stream has been sponsored by the cheesecake that I ate most of. There's a little bit left. It's very delicious. What kind of cheesecake? This was vanilla bean cheesecake. Vanilla bean cheesecake. Chai cheesecake, that would be really good. Like, I don't even know how I would deal with how good that might be. Let's put this. I'm just doing a little bit of, so I made some big changes recently and big cleanups, and now I'm just doing little cleanups, you know. Although, I mean, I kind of want to do this. Yeah, we'll give that a try. So first, we are just going to put this in here and make sure we didn't mess something up. This is oh no. No. Okay. Attempting to reference a deleted function. What does that even mean? Attempting to reference a deleted. That's an internal compiler error, if I ever heard one. I mean, means no definite. There was a definition before. Oh, I want to do this. That's probably why. Nope. Oh, no, I want to do this. Can't do that either. Oh my God, C++ is such a bad programming language, guys. Okay. So it's barfing because I have things in a union that have like a constructor. And I got around that in this other place. I mean, I guess this will work fine when I finish. It's just, I can't. Such a shitty language, man. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna be able to do this if I just change everything. So we're just gonna do that and see what happens. If I regret this, then I regret this. Time to use standard variant. Yeah, I'm not. I stay away from STDs, right? Don't in this time of viruses, don't we know to stay away from STDs? Okay, so I was going to go through here and change all these names anyway, the ones that I just deleted, but all right. I don't think there's actually going to be that many. Oh yeah, the parser's using these. That's going to be most of it. C++ is so bad. I get an error message on any one of these lines, every one of these lines rather, because this doesn't exist. And the compiler is just too stupid. And every compiler for decades has been too stupid to just report the correct error. Oh, God. This is so crappy. We're gonna do some things here. Okay. It's so weird. It's like, is this really true? It's been so long since I've wrestled with these issues because I don't try to use C++ that much anymore. Like either I can have a name and initialize it to 0, in which case it overrides the constructors, or I could have it be anonymous, but then I can't do this. And then I'm screwed because if one of the things in here has a constructor, it gives me cryptic errors like deleted function referenced, right? That's the reality I'm dealing with. Let me just double check. Yeah, nobody has anything to say about that. Get rid of constructors can't do that in this case. Can't do that. God, dude, C++ is just keeps adding crazy things, and it just stuff like this is so broken. It's so broken. I also was trying to redefine my for loop to not use iterators today, and I just couldn't figure out how to do it. It's such a shitty language. Make empty override constructors. Does that work? Maybe. But like, if I make a constructor and it has no parameters, that's going to be the default constructor. So I have to make a constructor that has parameters that don't do anything so that I could then call that constructor. Is that what we are saying? Oh my God. All right, let's try this. Literal values is going to go there. Now wait, if it's blank, that's not going to matter. I need to like somehow tell it that this isn't a thing. Right? That's not going to do anything. Whoops. Syntax error string. I don't understand why this is an error now. The problem is now I program non in C++ often enough that I just start getting confused about all these old things that I used to know. No appropriate default constructor available. But can't you just initialize the union using its member? I don't know. Does that work? All right, well, we're giving up on this. That's not going to work. I mean, the problem there is we run into other stuff. So, like, I want this to be... There is no way C++ is going to do that. There is no way. That is not remotely C++, although, I don't know. Constructor needs to be const char to accept a string literal. But that doesn't matter. No, it doesn't actually. But that also doesn't matter because it was disabling the default constructor, which I want. I mean, I could then define a frickin' default constructor. It's just too stupid. When you use initializing the union, the initializer list must have only one member, which initializes the first member of the union. But it's using names here. You can't do that with an anonymous union. Because this shitty ass programming language just can't do anything. That link is C. Well, great. Well, I guess I'm going to revert this because this is a garbage programming language. I can't believe it's the year 2020. And I'm frustrated because I've had two of this kind of problem today. The other one was dealing with for loops. Like normally when I use C++, I just stick with what I decided to do like 10 years ago. Like I established some things that work. I modified them a little bit when C++ 11 came out. And then I was just like, I do these things and I don't go outside these things because everything outside here is a nightmare. And today I decided, well, maybe it's 2020. Maybe they've made enough changes that some of this stuff will work. And it's like, nope. Nope. It's time for cheesecake. That's what it is. Can you just reorder the things in the union and put a trivial type at the top? You can't initialize unless you name the union. All right. As far as I know, right? What a nightmare. All right, we're just get rid of that. Scrub it out of my brain. Scrub it out of my brain. And then equals 0 would work. No, it won't. Not in that case. I already do the equals 0 in this case. So you're thinking about this kind of thing, which is fine. I do that. That's fine. That won't work in this other case. So Bjarne Strostrup gets a D- in my programming language design class. All right. How do I feel about Metal as an API? I never used it directly, but it doesn't seem that bad. Can't you do the initialization you need in the constructor of the outer? There is no outer struct. It's a union on the outside. Can you do it by defining overloaded constructors? When union is initialized with a brace enclosed initializer, the braces shall only contain. This is what we were doing. It doesn't work in this case. And it being Stack Overflow, everybody has a different answer and they're mostly wrong. Apple wants you to join, and you were taking my thoughts to heart about OpenCL. Well, I mean, if it came down to work on Metal or work on OpenGL, I would say Metal is probably better by a lot. Then it's MSVC. No, dude, you're not even paying attention to what I was trying to do, so forget it. Forget it. All right. I would almost rather be programming in Butling than C++ right now. Okay. I have just some questions about whether things should be signed or not. So we have this array dimension. We have it be S64. Oh, but here's another thing that I should be putting in a union, honestly. That's going to be annoying. Should do it at some point, though. Not today. Not today. Anyway, this array dimension value is signed, even though it's only for constant value array dimensions that can't be signed. And I made it signed by default because I was like, you know, I'd prefer signed because you don't have as many surprises. You don't have to worry about it in converting back and forth. The question in this case is, what if somebody, I mean, you really can't really instantiate an array that's 64 bits, but what if you wanted to do like size of that array or something? I don't know, man. Or we should at least check for overflow if you try to assign something to that. So like, I could go to a program here. Let's just see what happens. I don't even know what's going to happen here. I'm going to go, main is, A is a pointer to an array of that many ints. So like that. What is it even going to say? It's probably not going to compile. Oh, geez. That's not what I expected. The query's target type is not fully processed. Well, really? Okay. So it does have to do with the integer being big. What about that? Okay, so this is something, the array dimensions coming out negative. Right. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to do this because so our size type is signed 64, and I don't want to change that in the compiler. And so when we set the array dimension, I need to error that. Okay. Okay, so here, oh, that's for an array literal. It's not the right one. Oh, that's the right one, 7033. Okay, array dimension, the array dimension. S64 Max. Oh, S64. Okay, so we don't. So if we get to this point in the program, we know it's not a negative number because we checked there. So it's not a negative number. So we just check, is it bigger than what'll fit in an S64? That's all we're doing. Will it fit in a Nintendo 64? I don't think I've defined S64 Max. Yeah. I do have an S32 Max. What the hell? I'll put these here. LL. Don't forget to put the LL Cool J on the end of your number, or it's not cool. Don't forget the LL Cool J. Okay. We're in debug build. Why? I don't know. Array dimension is too high. The rent is too damn high. The rent is too damn high. What was the design decision on setting size dimensions to be assigned? Because if you want to say A is greater than B and compare to a signed number, or if you want to subtract things in one way or another, you just don't end up being surprised. I might change that later, I don't know. But for now, that would be a larger change than I care to do. So, yeah. Why are array sizes signed? Because all sizes are signed because of the reason I just said. Do we actually support arrays that are OX7 FFFF elements long? Well, in theory, we support that, yes. Will you be able to do that? Well, maybe. Dude, when I'm streaming, the compiler's so slow. You guys are taking up all the cores. The core usage is too damn high. Stephen Wolfram is on Twitch. What's he doing? What is he doing? Okay. So now we have this thing where there's this stuff that we wrote on stream a while back about reporting errors on enum size. Okay, and then there's this whole other thing in the same file called number fits. And it like does all the same stuff. So the hell does signed comparison mean? Okay, yeah, no, this is still using the hex flag. This is bad, Mojo. This is bad mojo. And it's basically doing the same thing. So we can factor this stuff out. Okay. And then we can just print a different thing here and we can save some lines of code. Because you know what? We're a little bit fat right now. Like, look, we're over 50 kilos right now. So that's marketing his unified field 3. No, how about honestly communicating about interesting things he's working on? How about that? How about that? Usually he's working out his graph theory of everything live with a few other people. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not easy to follow. Okay. So I'm going to factor this because this is like the newest, best thing. So we're going to say use hex. Okay. We're going to say check number fit for a literal. Let's put this and then the literal, check literal fit. There we go. That's the new name of our new thing. Check, is your literal fit? Whoops, I'm sort of typing the function prototype here. Void check literal fit as type definition defin as literal. Okay, there. Okay, check literal fit. Put that comment, and then we'll do all this nonsense. And okay, we are doing these things. This is literal. Literally, not figuratively. And then defin. Oh, we don't have bits. We don't need this shift anymore. And NF. Do we use NF? I don't believe that we do. Nope, that's gone. Boy, we're just cleaning this code up here real good. We're cleaning it up real big. Bits from flags. we actually, I mean, we don't need to do that. All right. Okay, and then check literal fit. And then we'll pass the use hex. Those are the things that you must know. And actually that's an in parameter, and the other one, let's put this up here. Do we use hexbro? Okay. Well, let's make sure our things compile. And then we have to test. Well, let's get rid of this one. So 2 is right. There we go. So this is calling the newly factored out thing. Right, should use hex if we do this. Oh, and if it's unsigned? Yeah. We really yeah. We shouldn't print it as hex. Yeah, hold on. If it's negative, don't use hex for this. Because that's, we could trim the number of F's and stuff, but in that case we would just print OXFF, and you'd be like, wait, what? It is. And it's like, no, it's actually, let's just, there we go. There we go. So this is working now that we've factored it out. So now we want to call check literal fit from number fits. And we're just going to go what did number fits use? Okay, so if check literal fit okay, if range string, else we do this stuff. Okay. So the message we said here, let's copy the message from the new enum stuff. So down here, we print some stuff, and it's mostly the same. Okay, type name of wanted. Numeric constant is out of range. The target type is %s. Okay. And then wanted target types declaration. Okay. So that's all fine. Range string in. Range stringing. We just range stringing all day. We just range stringing all day. Okay. This is going to be 254. Oh, this is going to be signed. I mean, okay. So our new thing is firing. Target type is S8. But the value is plus 128. Okay. Well, fiddlesticks. So the thing here is, in cases like this, we actually want to allow people to do this. So maybe our old check let's think about what we actually want to happen here. Because what we're doing here, we have an XOR, right? Okay. See, what we want to say here is if the number's written in hex, it could be negative because you're not really saying. It's like, it's kind of subtle, right? It's like, look, this is hex, man. So like, really though, See what we did before? Okay. We said if it was written in hex, or binary, we're going to treat both numbers as unsigned. We could do that. We could have that be a mode in our new thing, except then we're going to give weird misleading errors. Like if we do the same thing we did here and say, look, we force it to be an unsigned comparison. Well, now we're trying to give them more. In this old error message, we didn't say what the target type was. All right. And now we are saying what the target type is. And that'll be confusing because it'll be like you'll have an unsigned thing and we'll give the ranges for an unsigned thing, but the target type will be signed. You know what I'm saying? It's just not, it's not good. Also, though, really what's going on is that there are some operations that are sign agnostic. Maybe we want to ignore, like this is an opportunity to do things better. Like the idea of writing something in hex being a hack that gets us to ignore a sign or whatever is maybe not the thing. Maybe what we want to do is when we have a bitwise operation, like, you know that bitwise operations are not about sign, right? So when we do a bitwise operation, if you have a literal, and it's in binary or hex, then either we cast the other side to unsigned, or maybe we just always implicit cast bitwise operators to unsigned, right? Well, not shifts, but like bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise XOR. Like sign bit has no meaning there. So if we implicit cast one of the sides to unsigned, that's pretty easy for programmers to understand, because that's all they're thinking about anyway. Like if they're masking an integer, they're not really thinking that it's negative 376. They're thinking that it's a particular order of bits that the compiler happens to be treating as unsigned at other times. Right? Does that sound plausible to people? Does that... Right. I mean, range checking in a bitwise operation against negative numbers just isn't really a thing. Right? And then the reason that that's a little better, because there's an exception happening either way, right? But if I keep the exception the way that it was, then it depends on how you write your number. And if you like translate your number from hex into decimal, some things break. That doesn't feel good to me, right? Whereas if it's actually the operation, then you can write your number however you want and nothing changes. That makes sense, right? One of the first thing sounds a little bit like something JavaScript would do, right? And the second thing sounds like something that a real programming language would do. So I'm leaning toward the second thing unless somebody gives me a really good reason not to. Never needed to do bit masking with a sign, right? But sometimes you'll just have a value that's signed, right? Like I did in this case, like this code. Let's even go look at what this is. You don't want to require people to... It's a relative pointer, right? So we're decoding relative pointers, and that involves XORing the high bit. I wrote this code. And it's like, yeah, I want to do this. That all makes sense. Integer semantics are not relevant. I agree. Okay, we're going to keep our number fits, which is the old thing, for a second. But we're going to put a no check in there. We might need this back for some reason, but we want to get rid of it. Okay, so all right. For binary, this is where we do this. Okay. Yeah. So we say number flag signed. Do we have number flag unsigned? Yuck. well. Okay. Okay. We're just going to hack this at first for just the right-hand argument, and then once that works, we'll make it work on the left-hand argument. Okay, so if op is and, or op is or op is XOR, if it's a binary bitwise operation on two operands whose types are supposed to match, but for these particular operations, signedness has no meaning, so we don't want to prevent people from doing things like S8 or OX80. Okay, so we're going to move this down here because you know, all these other cases are different. Now it's, you know, this is the kind of thing, like, I've been working on this programming language for a long time, and we've gotten by until now with the other rule. Like, we've got a 100,000 line game that compiles and runs fine. But this is the kind of thing that you want to go back to and revisit and clean up and make sure it's good, because it'll mess things up eventually, right? I mean, if you're smart, you might never be as bad as JavaScript, but you don't want any Java cooties, Java scooties. Because Java cooties would be from Java, but Java scooties are from JavaScript. You don't want those in your language. Have I fixed it yet? Fixed what yet? Okay. So, we're just going to say maybe coerce to unsigned. We're just going to do that. Or so we have this check that types match function. And it has a bazillion parameters. It doesn't look like it right here, but this just calls another function that has a bazillion parameters. A bazillion Brazilian parameters. And we could just say that sign doesn't matter. Is there a BNF? No. He's referring to the quote. Someday I'll fix that, I swear. Well, if I knew what that was about, I could answer the question. Can anyone contrive a good example where the same memory of word length needs interpretation as both integer-like and merely as a bit string? I mean, there's definitely float integer stuff that falls into that category. What about adding operators that don't care about the signedness of a type? Why? What would that do? Oh. Okay. I kind of feel like the right thing here is to add a parameter. Because there are some other things that we hack with global variables where if we had a parameter, we could do that. Or I could just add a cast. I'm just going to add a cast for now. Just because check that types match is a huge function and it's a nightmare. Well, it's not a nightmare, but I want to save, like I don't want to incrementally add stuff to it. Like at some point I want to do a rethink of it because it's kind of the workhorse function for the whole programming language in some sense. And so I just don't want to like unthoughtfully add things to it. Okay. Okay, that might be a good idea to do later, but it's too big. So we're going to do maybe coerce to unsigned, or we'll say cast because then we know exactly what we're doing. Okay. Maybe cast to unsigned. We'll call this switchable. If it's not signed, just return. Otherwise, This is where it gets annoying. Okay, if it's a literal, okay. Okay. Like if you put like minus something, we're going to let that stand. This is just for if you don't put a minus, you just don't want things to be interpreted that way, I guess. We'll think about that. If that ends up being weird, it's easy enough to take out this case as well. Okay. Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. Maybe cast to unsigned. Okay. Make implicit cast. Okay, wait. We want it if it's not signed. Okay. Target type, expr. Okay. We'll go 64 down to 8. Emacs is so slow, dude. That's how long it takes me to paste things. Emacs is so slow, it's almost like Google Dart. I might have to quit using Emacs just because I can't edit this file anymore. I mean, to be fair, it's 500 kilobytes of text. Is that how big it is? Let's see again. Yeah. Now, keep in mind, Bill Gates is famously ridiculed for saying 640K should be enough for everyone. This file would have fit on a DOS machine back in the Bill Gates 640K days. And Emacs cannot edit it in real time in 2020. He did not. Well, I don't know if he actually said that. But he's certainly ridiculed for saying that, whether he said it or not. What about things like fixed point arithmetic? You need to do shifts there and may accidentally shift a minus sign. No, shifts are different. Shifts are not included in what we're doing right now. These are just the bitwise operations where the two things are peers, are the same type as each other. No. Make implicit cast is not found. Oh. Don't. You know what? We're going to take this out of OO land. So many calls to this. Oh my God. Only 6 more. I should have just stuck it out. Identifier not found. Dude, C++ error messages are so good. They're so good. I can't put const there. I make so many implicit casts. Okay. Compiler said unable to open file F for reading. What compiler said that? Whoops, we got the Heisenberg again. Oh, that one. Is this what the quote was about? You actually went back and dug up what quote that was? Yes, we fixed that a long time ago. That bug, though, it did. I am not proud of how long we went before fixing it. All right, let me just say that. Okay, so this is a weird case. So we're not having our OX80 anymore. We passed that. The thing is, remember when I said exclude the literals? Here we have a not 7 in 64-bit. And I guess that we set the minus flag on that. And we have to, because the minus flag is necessary for things to work. So we're going to try taking this out. No, now we do have this again. Oh, dude. Okay, so the problem is, because we changed the type of our operands, we are returning a different type now. So we actually have to cast it back, which is annoying. Let me see. So the problem is our maybe cast to unsigned is like half the size of the giant function we're going to delete to lose weight. So that makes me sad, but whatever. It's better. We're improving the language semantics, so it doesn't make me that sad. We're getting rid of a weird hack and replacing it with a good thing. Yeah, it's not 7. It's not -7. But the problem is that, so it's not 7 without a type attached, right? So that means 64-bit, not 7, which has the high bit set and all that, right? And so should that have the negative flag set? I actually don't know. Should we consider not 7? This is a different semantic question, actually, okay? So if you just have a 1, right? The default type is signed 64. So if you just have a 1 and say not 1, then it is a negative number. Unless we make bitwise ops like that convert you to unsigned by default, which sounds more complicated. Yeah, they're saying it's not 7 in the source code. You would not write code like this. I mean, you're just masking off the 3 low bits, right? That's all. To pad to alignment. I mean, I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. Okay, so had a keyword respect my signedness. Where do we set the frickin' type? So the drawback of doing the casting is that now I have to hack around it, right? Dude, I can't even find. Oh, it's this. Okay. So this is fine anyway. That's a thing that could randomly break sometime later as someone edits the code. 3205. Oh, damn it. I didn't read carefully enough. Whatever. Still isn't going to be right because it's a little too complicated. Okay. Numeric constants out of range. Yeah, this is a case again. This is a different case, right? I don't know about this one, guys. Maybe my idea that it shouldn't matter whether you write it in hex or not is not correct, because you know what I'm saying? What do you think? What about just adding signed bitwise operations? What do you mean? What would signed bitwise OR do differently from unsigned bitwise OR? How would that affect the user experience in any way? Like, what is different about it? That's what I don't understand about the suggestion. If you write it in hex, you can't write platform independent negative numbers, since you have to have an unknown amount of leading ones. Okay, false, because A, the semantics of numbers in this language do not depend on platform. That's some bullshit C++ stuff you're talking about. We don't do that here. (64 or 32-bit). Yeah, but that's defined by your source code. That is not defined by the processor you're running on. Literally everyone uses 32-bit. That is incorrect. Yeah, we don't. That's the source of a lot of pain in C and C++, is not knowing what size your integer is. We do not do that. Do I still read books and stuff about compilers? I haven't read a book about compilers since the early 1990s. You know what, guys? I'm going to revert this thing that I'm doing. Not the whole thing. this part about autocasting to unsigned. And I'm going to switch it back to putting things in hex or binary, but I'm going to write a long comment about that this is undesirable, but here's what we ran into when we started changing it. And that'll be a productive use of 15 or 20 minutes. What was the last computer-related book that I read? A couple of years ago, I read Exceptional C++ because I wanted to see all the crazy things that people were Stockholm syndroming themselves about with exceptions. Have I read a computer book after that? I'm not sure. I read like a memoir from an engineer, but that was not in book form. I mean, it was an online PDF. I still don't have milk. So this is going to be a no chai stream. But I do have cinnamon sugar pita chips. What about a book that I think that if people read it, we would have fewer bad developers around? It would not be a programming book. It would be a book about engaging self-criticism to make sure that what you do is good. And it would encourage people to like go do push-ups and not be such a fucking wuss. Metaphorically. Pull-ups. Pull-ups. I did get more Bengal spice though. Spice Girls are back, or whatever. Ever heard of AS400? I've heard that phrase, but I have no association with it. I don't know what it means. How is the interaction between the team and the architects? Good, but frustrating often because architects, you know, they don't do video games for a living, and so they won't understand a lot of things very deeply that video game people do. And like architecture firms, like you're a part-time project for them usually, probably, and they've got 3 or 4 things going on and whatever. Like, I would have done it differently were I to do it over, but it was obviously good enough. Like, we got a game out of it. I'm playing Braid, but let's actually keep this part. I rewound too many. All right. Gonna get rid of this. Gonna get rid of this. Okay. So now we are going to be back to the OX80 not working. Indeed. You know what? This is not useful. I put this in, but the target type is a primitive. It's not defined anywhere, so I'm stupid. Okay. Whoops. Oh no, that is the right place. Okay. So actually, this is factored the other way around from the other thing. So we'll go literal negative. Okay. If the literal is not negative, okay, if it's a sign comparison, Okay, let's just try some things. Okay, so if we're comparing against signed, right? Then we treat our thing as signed, I guess. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. See, this old thing that we did, we like manually masked stuff off. Like, what happens right now? So if I make an, well, I won't get there. Actually, if I don't include basic, can I, if I don't import basic, just try a thing? And we won't hit our error. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say nums is enum flags s16. I think this will fail right now, right? Yeah. I mean, should that succeed? I guess so. Right, so why are we arguing about JavaScript? Look, anyone here who defends JavaScript can go be embarrassed about themselves and go somewhere else. Like, this is not the place for you. Now, on the one hand, I don't want to be mean or unfriendly to anybody who likes JavaScript or whatever. But on the other hand, you guys have to understand that software is in a really bad state. It's because of things like the web being made in things like JavaScript. And the state of this is it's causing a great deal of misery for most programmers and most users that is completely unnecessary, okay? The amount of damage being done to the world by JavaScript and related languages is quite high. And so it's very difficult for me to not be serious about it. And if you're going to make apologies for it, just go do that somewhere else. I just can't, I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I can't put up with you guys. So like, if you want to go like JavaScript, that's fine. Just do it somewhere else. Don't do it here. And it's not just JS that's bad. That's true. Like, dude, in your random Unix distribution, like a Ubuntu, how many frickin' programs on there are shell scripts that people run all the time? Like, that's worse than JavaScript. So all this stuff needs to be fixed. At some point, people are going to realize that this was stupid and that it needs to get fixed. But it's taking people a long time because a lot of people are slow about this. Now, if you're a programmer and you want to be a good programmer and you want to be smarter than the average programmer, then it'll serve you to not be slow about understanding these things. All right? If you want to get ahead of everybody else, you can understand why this is a problem and see clearly. The amount of damage is so immense. You have no idea how good computers would be if we didn't use all these crapping scripting languages everywhere. They would be way better. They would work better. They would run faster. It would take less time to program things, and you would understand your software better. All of those things would be true. All of those things would be true. It's getting fixed with the introduction of WebAssembly. No, it's not, because people are going to still use JavaScript and just output WebAssembly. Over time, WebAssembly may provide the ability to migrate to other front-end languages, but like nobody's taking that very seriously, as evidenced by people in this very chat talking about how great JavaScript is because everybody uses it. And that's what matters. I'm just so sick of that. Look, everybody watches shitty TV shows too. That doesn't mean that they're good, right? And it doesn't mean that it's good for the human brain to watch shitty TV shows all day. But should we get rid of shitty TV shows? No, but if you're watching one, you shouldn't feel like you're doing something good. That's the difference. You shouldn't try to fool everybody into thinking that what you're watching is really smart and interesting and good for you. The question isn't just should we make shitty TV shows intentionally. It should be, should almost every TV show be a shitty TV show? And then if you want to make or watch a non-shitty TV show, then people come and try to guilt you for not being with it and cool and with the future because your TV show isn't shitty, right? Is that how it should be? What if everything was programmed in C? If it was a reasonable modern C with good tools, then it would be a lot better than if everything was in JavaScript. It still wouldn't be ideal because C has a lot of problems, but it'd be better than JavaScript. Which is better for game development, C++ or C#? C++, because C# means that you can't control what your CPU is doing. Okay, I'm sad that I got pulled into ranting about JavaScript again, but like people just won't shut up about it on this channel. I don't know, like guys, there's so many other things in the world than JavaScript. It's a big, beautiful world out there with other things. There are flowers and trees and static type checking and not having to have 90% of your code be unit tests. It's a really nice place out there sometimes. What was I saying about being a better programmer requires understanding a certain problem? Can't repeat it. You can go back in the video and look. It's like a black hole. I could tell. Apparently it is, because every time I look at chat, people are talking about JavaScript, man. It's like, okay, the amount of mental effort, the amount of brain CPU cycles that you spend talking about JavaScript are cycles that are not going toward improving your life or doing something better. So I don't recommend it. I don't even recommend me talking about JavaScript right now. I recommend me trying to figure out what to do with this number fits function. And I think I'm going to fall back to doing the hex thing. The problem is, how do I run this? I guess again, we run it as an unsigned comparison. If it's hex, that's probably the right thing. I mean, I feel like it's more complicated than that, but let me try it. Okay. So we're going to try, whoops. We want the definition of check literal fit. Why not just cast it signed? We tried that earlier and it had complications. It had many complications. We'll comment what's the deal with the hex thing in a bit. Whatever we do here, I'm going to have to write a long-ass comment. And when that comes, you will see. Okay, so we're going to say so right now we have use hex in this branch, and we're going to take it out probably. Oh, wait, we don't. That's weird. Okay, I guess we only did it down here anyway. Okay. Oh, well, in here we're going to say, and not use hex. Okay. Flag is set for stuff like tilde7. Tilde7. Tilda Swinton's younger sister. Well, let's go back to, all right. Now it's an actual negative number. What? I must have messed something up. Okay, so we're not even going to pass use hex. We're just going to do this in there. Because the old use hex was just cosmetic, and this one is actually semantic. So that's a thing. Okay. Well, oh, the whole game doesn't go. Numeric constant is out of range for float 64. What are you talking about, bro? It's float. Did number fits check float? Yeah. Force the user to define. Nope, we don't want suffixes on our numbers. It is so nice not to have suffixes on your numbers. I can't even tell you. It is so nice. We have put a lot of effort into not having suffixes on numbers, and this is part of it. Okay. Numeric constant is out of range. That's like a legit thing that never should have compiled. So our old check failed on this. Well, let's go double check, but... Oh, it might be a thing. Oh no, this is a thing where there's overloads. And I'm not checking the silent check, right? Yeah, so there are overloads and it's supposed to call the other one. So we need to go back here to check literal fit. Uh-oh, how did we ignore that before? We passed silent check to number fits. Where did we get that from? What? Where did that come from? Diff. Number fits. What was the call to number fits? Number fits paren. Find it. True. We always just said true for silent check. And that was the only call. Okay, so okay. Well, that's awkward. That is awkward. Okay, no, you know what? We'll fix that before check-in. First, we have to get our code compiling again. Game compiles. Let's see how the tests go. We have some comments to write. We have some things to do. No chicken. There is no chicken in this code. This is chicken-free code. Do I agree that game development is harder than software? And what do you mean? Those are two different things. Game programming is a subset of software engineering. So how can it be harder than software engineering? You could say that it is one of the hardest kinds of software engineering. I would say yes, that is true. Carmack said game programming is harder than rocket science. That could be. I don't know. I have not done both. Yeah, Carmack used to have a rocket company. He used to make vertical landing stuff. Like a smaller version of the landable rockets that SpaceX has done more recently. Armadillo Aerospace was the name of the company. Like, so games, you don't want games to be attackable or exploitable, but the problem is most of the ways to attack something, like a buffer overflow is one way to attack something, but it's honestly not that hard to guard against, right? If you're actually thinking about defending against it. The thing that's hard to guard against is like people just exploiting logic errors in your code, like DDoSing your server by getting it to do something bad. And guess what? Rust doesn't help you with that. And guess what? Like I've said before, approximately 0% of bugs that we make are memory safety bugs. Memory safety bugs do exist. They are serious and you do want to eliminate them, but approximately 0% of bugs are memory safety bugs. So how much effort is it worth putting in to get rid of those as opposed to other things like, oh, if somebody sends this particular message, then our server just does the wrong thing logically and goes berserk, right? Rust ain't going to help you with that second one. And that second one is most of your problems. So think about that. Most remote code executions aren't logical. I know, I'm saying remote code executions are a small minority of the ways that there are to attack a networked server. Most ways to attack a network server are not remote code executions. And now, even if there were remote code executions, if you had a reasonable operating system, those wouldn't be as much of a problem either. Have I ever met Carmack? Yeah, I just hung out with him a couple months ago for a little bit at a conference. Did I see the new Elon interview on Joe Rogan? Yes, I've seen about 2/3 of it. Hand-wringing over game vulnerability seems to be misplaced, but you can think of much more important system software that may succumb to attacks. Yes, but those attacks also are much more likely to be in logic than in buffer overflows. Again. And it's honestly not that hard to protect against buffer overflows. All right. So we're going to do this. We're going to pass null null. Okay. There we go. So now we want check literal fit to return a bool. We make these optional so you can pass null and okay. Uh-oh, I returned somewhere without a value. Okay, let's check that that still works. Oh, I broke something. See, I broke something logically. That wasn't a buffer overflow. Oh, I returned the wrong thing. I returned exactly the opposite. Microsoft says 70% of their security bugs are memory safety. They're wrong. They're not good at their job. And they're probably not doing reasonable things to make their transactions memory safe. So a language should be safe. No, I mean, the thing you guys have to understand, look, there are trade-offs, right? So Rust gives you a lot more memory safety than you have in other languages, but you pay for what you get with slower compile time, right? And it being harder to program things and not being able to experiment and not being able to draft your program, right? And so if what you pay was a very low cost, then I think it's a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, it's a low cost for good security. I feel good that my program probably doesn't have memory safety bugs, all right? If it's a high cost, then you have to ask if what you're getting is worth the cost, all right? And I think we're in that latter situation, right? Because you could spend a large amount of software engineering just getting your thing working in Rust, or you could take that effort, that extra effort that it takes to do something in Rust versus something else, and apply it, broadly speaking, to just general debugging and making your program more bug-free and more memory safe if you want, but also other things. And my belief is that that latter approach is a better approach. If you're smart about how you engineer your software and what tools you use to detect problems, and you don't do like software engineering theater where you generate just millions of lines of code that don't do anything, then I think that the difference is pretty stark and that the cost that Rust charges you is way too high, certainly for the kind of programming that I do. You might not agree, that's fine. Feel free to use Rust and all that, but I don't think it's the right trade-off, strictly even from a program correctness standpoint. I think all things being equal, if you program something in a different language besides Rust, it'll probably be more correct, given the same amount of effort. All right. If it's complicated, like trivial programs don't matter, but if it's complicated, then yes. Okay, so our stuff compiles. Let's make sure that we're still detecting some of the common problems and that I didn't get rid of them. So here, if we're 256, I believe we will Oh no, S16. So we should detect that. You guys have me ranting about stuff again. That's not good. That should fit. That should not. That should fit. Yeah. Okay. Z is a U8 is -5. That should fail. I mean, that's not exactly the bug we wanted, or the message we wanted, but that's a different issue. Sign date should work. Should not work. This trying to fit 64 bits is a little bit of not the best message because it doesn't take 64 bits. I mean, I guess it works, though. Alt-T and Emacs, what does that do? I'm pressing it, I'm getting no feedback. I have no idea what it does. Swaps arguments. So if I'm like here, then I go Alt-T. It's not doing anything. I don't think that's a default binding. I don't ever want to swap arguments. So like, swaps the arguments twice really fast. Whoops, Alt-T. I mean, I might have unbound it at some point, but I doubt it. I think it's just not. Maybe my .emacs is from the days before. I don't know, man. Maybe you have to be in C++ mode. Let me try C++. Why would you want to swap arguments? Like, why? Like, I literally never want to do that. Well, not never. Whoa. Oh, right. Okay. Never mind. My Alt-T is bring up header and C file side by side in different panes. That's why. That's what I bound Alt-T to that like 20 years ago. And I do use this a lot. So I agree. Alt-T is great. Right, so if I'm just in the C file here and I'm somewhere and I want to go, what's the header file? Bam. Or you get side by side. So it's like, so actually, Control-T is side by side, right? So if I'm in the C file, Control-T is side by side, right? Alt-T is just go to the header file. And actually, I don't really use Alt-T. I use Control-T all the time, though. But I don't know, like, yeah, why would you swap arguments? That's such a weird thing. Like, I might forget an argument, right? I could see doing that a lot. But like getting two arguments in the wrong order such that there also isn't a third argument in between them. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, we have a lot of commenting to do. Okay, delete unused, use hex. All right. So we have not used hex here. So we do not have to worry about this for now. Okay, otherwise we do this. All right, and then we're about to lose some weight here. So right now we're at 50280. Now we get to delete. Oh, you know, remember after the code deletion party, I found an extra 100 and something lines that were deletable due to what we were doing there. All right, so this is gone, right? Make sure we can compile without that. All right, you lost a little bit of weight. We're still over 50 kilos, but it is what it is. Let's close this. Come on, just close. Just close. $50K for lines for the compiler, yes. Does the compiler support SIMD? It does not. Does not know anything about SIMD. Okay. Now what? Oh yeah, we got our comments to write. So we have a weird situation here because we didn't have the negative or the why didn't we have the not 7 problem? I'm not a huge fan of auto-vectorization, which is what you call the auto-generating SIMD code. I mean, compilers do it sometimes, but they don't do a very good job, and it adds a huge amount of complexity to the compiler. I would rather the compiler just don't do any of that stuff. And if you want to do SIMD code, you can do it yourself, you know. And just maybe make it easy for people to do SIMD code, and then you might get more of a benefit. Is 50K lines for a compiler pretty insane? Well, in the old days, it wouldn't be that small. But since we've entered this era of people using millions of lines to do anything, then yeah, this would be very small for a modern compiler. What is the lines of code for GCC? Well, in 2015, it was about 17 million. And then we don't know because nobody knows anymore. More than 17 million. The JavaScript interpreter is 1.2 million. Yeah, probably. Please have inline assembly. Yeah, we're going to have inline assembly. That's the plan. We don't have it yet. I'm going to write down to think about that. Stop comparing things to GCC. GCC does way more. That is true. I mean, GCC, like you can't really compare it because GCC compiles a bunch of different programming languages, right? And has a bunch of different backend targets. And all of that stuff is in that 17 million plus lines of code. And, you know, it has optimizers and stuff. So that is true that it is not remotely an apples to apples comparison. However, you can be sure that it has probably at least 10 times more code than it actually should. Even given all that stuff. That's just how these things are. Will it be possible to modify, generate inline assembly in a metaprogram? Yeah, that would automatically work once inline assembly is in there. So you could basically compile your own thing into, you know, whatever. Yeah. It'd be easy. It would be easy. Easy. In a big project with legacy code, it is hard to make things smaller sometimes. That is true also. However, that is why it's so important to try and keep things small, right? I mean, that's a thing people don't make it that much of a priority, right? Because, hey, we've got work to do. We've got problems to fix. We've got stuff to ship, right? But like the bigger it gets, the bigger it's going to get. It's like a black hole, but in the opposite direction. Or, well, two things happen, right? One, either the bigger it gets, the bigger it keeps getting, because as you keep adding stuff, just understanding of the code goes down. And as your understanding of what's best for the code, as that understanding goes away, you just implement by adding things. That's just what happens, because it takes a clear picture to know how to implement without adding things, right? The second thing that happens is it gets big and complicated enough that nobody understands it anymore. And then it kind of stops getting bigger, but not for good reasons. It stops getting bigger because progress grinds to a halt, right? And that's a bad case too. So I agree that is definitely a thing that in big projects with legacy code, it's hard to keep it small, but I think it's important to keep it small. What calling convention do we use? Right now we're inconsistent with the LLVM backend. We're just using the C calling convention. We have our own calling convention in the x64 backend, but that's probably going to change a bit too. Do we support polymorphism? Yes, quite seriously. Do I have an operating system preference and why? I think they're all bad. It's hard if you're adding it back into GC, you're confined to existing code. If you need some refactoring, you have to change all 30 backends. Yeah, well, so first of all, I'm just not convinced that, for that reason, I'm not convinced that GCC is architected the right way. I think something like LLVM makes a little more sense in terms of compiling a bunch of different languages that way, in terms of keeping code small. Now, that's not what the LLVM people did. Their source code is a giant nightmare of C++ heinousness. But if you did something like LLVM and you were like, here's our internal representation, we have a simple, clean API for generating it. It's not super picky about type checking the way LLVM is, because you don't want that when you're outputting low-level stuff. That would be ideal. And then you could be more modular about adding stuff, right? That said, it's still hard, right? Like, as code gets bigger, it just becomes hard. That's another reason why, yeah, and re-architecting is hard. It's totally true. Breaking things is not easy. Well, I'm not suggesting trying to turn GCC into this thing. I'm saying somebody should start over. Like, everybody thought GCC was going to be the only real compiler, and then just some people made LLVM, right? So everybody thinks it's not practical, and then you just do it. Right. Clang is a start over. Clang is also very old. It's time for another start over. Preferably not designed around C++ though, because the problem is C++ is so broken that you get a lot of the grossness in there. Somebody needs to make something like LLVM that is not designed with C++ as one of its primary customers, and that would be a good do-over. But, you know, even with a do-over, right, it'll be better. It'll still be big and complicated and lots of lines of code. And that's just something we need to work on, right? Like, the more that one person can do, the more that one person can actually understand the code and work on it and be productive and make progress, the higher quality the code will be, right? Because that person sees all these things and does the most effective change. And we should be trying both to keep code smaller so that one person can understand, or, you know, as few people can understand as we can get as the code gets bigger. And also easier to visualize so that to help people understand more, right? Those should be our priorities. Clang just got to parity with GCC optimizations. Great. That means it's time to do a new start over. I mean, come on. How many people are in the world? Sure, we could spare a few people to go do a do-over. Does it run on PS5 with the x64 backend? I cannot say anything about console backends because it can violate our NDAs very easily. So I cannot say about whether anything exists for any given console or how it works, except that we did show publicly that we do target the Switch. We have the ability to target the Switch. We did show that. You can't make people in the industry to adopt another compiler. Yeah, but like, if you look, okay, this is very important. This is an important part of the way that I think, an important part of the culture that I'm in, right? If you don't want to do something, you can think of reasons all day why it won't work. And your friends can tell you reasons all day about why it won't work. When I said, hey, I'm going to go make a compiler, lots and lots of people told me I would never be able to do it, even though I've made like 11 programming languages before and they didn't know that, right? Like people will tell you all the time what all the problems are. Now that's true. The problems are the problems and they need to be solved to the extent that they're actually real. Sometimes people overestimate problems, right? But what you do is you say, okay, this is a problem. How do I solve it? You don't say, I can't do the thing because there's this problem, right? The way that you win is by winning, right? The way that you win is by taking the fight. And the way that you take the fight is by seeing how you can win the fight. Seeing that there is actually a possibility of winning the fight. And this is a thing. So I think a lot of Silicon Valley, startup culture is messed up and dumb. But part of it that isn't corresponds to the thing that I just said. Part of it that isn't messed up is this idea that you can do something that most people wouldn't try because they're just not willing to try. And that is how you do stuff. That is how you do stuff that most people don't think is possible. Because they just decided it wasn't possible, so they don't even think about it. And then you actually look at it and you're like, oh, I could start a rocket company. Or I could land a rocket, right? Or whatever, I could turn my bookstore into something that owns all American shipping, right? That is a thing. And you're a much more successful person when you realize that that is a thing. Now that's my opinion, right? So of course, that said, right, the flip side, that making the error in the other direction is all the people who are super idealistic and say, oh, I'm going to be able to do this awesome thing and it's going to be no problem because I'm me and I'm cool, right? That doesn't work either. Those people fail. And the reason is because you have to have a realistic assessment of your current abilities and of your ability to learn. You have to have a realistic assessment of what the problem is and what is failing about your current approach. And in fact, you have to update that very rapidly while you're trying the thing, because always what happens is you don't really know that much, it turns out in retrospect, about the thing you're trying to do until you go start doing it and running into problems, right? And so people on both ends of these fail. People who take problems too seriously fail, and people who don't take them seriously enough fail. You want to be like Goldilocks. You want to get it just right. I will be fine even if I'm the only user. Yeah, but I wouldn't be doing this if I thought that was a high probability. You can't apply this to generic language for everyone. Here's the thing. That is what everybody says, okay? And again, I've talked to other people about this too, and they observe the same thing. In every category where I get asked for advice from people, like let's say I'm funding an indie game, right? And they're like, how do I market my indie game and get people to pay attention to it? And I say, well, it's always hard to say. You're gonna need to get creative and do some of your own thing because your game is different from everyone else's, but you kind of need to do this thing and that thing and that thing, right? Or people ask, how do I learn how to program really well? And I say, you do this thing and that thing. And almost always, 99% of the time, people say, oh, I can't do that. Oh, I wouldn't do that. That's for you. That's not for me. And it's like, no, look, what I'm telling you is how to be as good at something as I am, because all I did was do these things. All right? You could do these things too. And people don't. They filter themselves out. They self-select. Why? I don't know. I think there is something very deep. This is supposition on my part, but I think there is something very deep in human psychology where people don't like to be outliers because being an outlier is dangerous. So if you tell them the way that you succeed at this is to be an outlier in terms of what you do, just a switch in people's brains flips and they go, oh no, that's not me. Even when the steps aren't that hard. And so I see this all the time. And so you're saying, well, you can't give this advice to people to normal people. And I'm like, yes, I can, because this is how you succeed. I'm trying my best to say how you succeed at things that people normally wouldn't try. This is my best advice. And it'll work for most people. I mean, maybe if somebody is just really not a good programmer, well, they shouldn't follow this advice with regard to programming, but they could follow it with regard to something else. You know? I see this all the time. I've talked to other people who mentor people and fund people, and they see it all the time too. It is very, very common. Very common. And I don't know what to do about it, because all I can do is give advice, and then all people could do is ignore it. And then I'm just like, great. See you, bro. Right? I mean, it's frustrating, but it is what it is, I guess. This is why people ask me the annoying questions repeatedly. Maybe, but that just means I don't have to rant. Or I have to not rant. Do I have any writing advice? I don't have nearly as much writing experience as I have programming experience. So you would be better off asking for writing experience from someone, or asking for writing advice from someone with more writing experience. Have I ever listened to The Strangest Secret by Earl Nightingale? No. I'll look that up though, because I'm interested in seeing what other people have to say about this. It's from 1950. Interesting. All right, you know what? I'm going to heat up some more tea. While I'm doing that, we have intermission song.
So then I got this idea about driving a cheesecake truck, because I figured at the end of the day, I could take some of the leftover cheesecakes home, and I love cheesecake. So I went to the cheesecake company, and they asked me if I could drive a truck, and I said yes, and they said, you're hired. So the next day I got in the truck with all the cheesecakes, and I drove about a block, and I just had to have a cheesecake. So I pulled over and opened the truck, and I got a cheesecake, and I also took one for later, and I took one for my friend Farm Boy, and I took one to bring home, and by that time I had eaten one of the cheesecakes, so I took another one. Then I figured I might as well stop at my house to drop off all the cheesecakes. So I take 5 cakes to eat on the way, and I drive another block and a half to my house. Now it's lunchtime, so I ate 10 cheesecakes and a cheesecake for dessert. I should point out, by the way, that all of these cheesecakes were very delicious. Anyway, I decided that the only thing to do would be to eat all the rest of the cheesecakes and hide the truck somewhere and leave town. And I miss everybody a lot, but I'm not really sorry, because they were very delicious cheesecakes.
No, Detachable was a different album. Let's see, what other good songs could we play? Some of these will get me banned from Twitch. Oh, this one's relevant. Let's see if this gets me banned from Twitch.
Give yourself over to the failure inside of you and let it envelop your soul. Failure is not out to get you. Failure wants to be your friend, the one you can count on when success that is ever elusive eludes you. Failure is not out to fuck you. Failure wants you to fuck it all. Failure wants you to be proud of your lack of accomplishments. Failure wants you to own your own incompetence. Failure wants you to be confident in your inability to do anything. Failure doesn't want you to try. Failure wants you to fail. Failure wants you to get over your fear of failure. And what better way to do that than to say, I am a failure. I am a failure. I am a failure. If it is difficult to do this, if it is difficult for you to think of yourself as a failure, if, for example, you have a good career, a nice place to live, a happy family, a lot of money, a sense of purpose, or belief that in the end, everything will all work out, remember all the things in your life you tried to do, but never, ever could. Think of how when you were 5 and you wanted to be an astronaut, and then the space program went into the toilet. Think of how much you wanted to have sex with such and such a person, and you were rejected, or too shy to even try. Think of how many times in your life things didn't go your way, and remember, external forces are never to blame. You are the center of your universe, the only force that can ever affect you. Therefore, anything that doesn't work out for you is all your fault. You are responsible for all of your successes and the lack thereof. And that is the essential point that failure, your ever-faithful friend, wants to make. That your failure could not exist without you, without your stupidity, without your lies, without your mistakes, your uselessness, your lack of faith, your ineptitude, your unjustifiable confidence in your alleged abilities, you stupid loser. Failure is your only friend. Failure is your only lover. Failure is your only hope. So befriend it. Make love to it. And believe in it with all your might. Because failure is all there is for you.
Or, not. Could be not as well. All right. It is time to comment all these things, or this thing that we did. Okay, wait, no. We were trying to figure out, why aren't we having a problem with that not 7? What is the deal there? Shouldn't that be setting the minus flag? Well, okay, in that case, it'll work. Oh, okay, no, right, because this would be a signed test against a signed number. Okay, I see. It's fine. We're good, I guess. So although actually, does that break? Yes. This should probably work. So when we const expert we're going to come back here. We're going to go here. So we constant expression evaluate these things. And then we mask it down. And we're going to treat it like it was typed in hex, because once you do like a bitwise not, that's like you're talking about bits. Okay, that still didn't work. Oh, yeah. Oh, so damn it, bro. Oh, but that's fine. Like, the thing is, if you say not 7, yeah, this is fine. This I'm totally okay with. Because this is very weird, and the compiler shouldn't just try to make this automatically work. If you want this to work, you could, for example, do that. I think this is a better error message, because you'll be like, what the hell? Oh, because it's blah, blah. And if we really wanted to get into it, if we thought this was a mistake that people would make often, we could do what we did the other stream the other day and like really go into it. Is this meant to be domain specific for games? Not really. It's a general it's a general programming language, but we are using games as a place where it's very difficult to do the right thing, as a way of testing the language. Any more big features to implement before release? I mean, there's still macro and module system stuff to do. We haven't been working on that. I've been back just working on other stuff about the language. Like just hardening it and making it better and adding features, but I've been adding smaller features. Maybe they're not exactly smaller, actually. Just more like filling in gaps, and those are mostly fixed. And so things are looking pretty good at this point, honestly. All right. So the type should automatically try to cast to the enum type. That's what it is trying to do, but it's trying to do it outside the tilde, and that's fine. Like, you don't want to see, if you start trying to be too smart, then you end up in a situation where programmers are less sure what's going to happen. And you don't really want that. You only want to do that when the benefit is going to be really big. And in this case, the benefit is not big. This is a very weird thing to do. Okay. But before the not is something like not 7, you get a negative 64-bit number in order for various checks around the compiler to work. The negative integer flag must be set, however, for the purposes of comparisons like this, we don't want to treat it as signed if it's being compared against an unsigned, which is another reason so we set the hex flag when binary is context very evaluated. Okay, so that's a comment. Now we need to comment this whole thing. Important. Think about whether this is really a good idea. If a literal is written in hex or binary, we set the use hex flag below, and in that case we do not compare numbers as signed even if their types are signed. Why? Because then we are just comparing the number of bits in the literal against the magnitude against the number of bits in the target type. We tried, however, it seems weird for the semantics of your code to change based on the way you choose to write a number literal. We tried an alternative solution where we would cast the arguments to bitwise binary operators like and or XOR. But then the output type of the binary would be wrong, so we ran that. And then we ran into problems with declarations of the form X, S64, or S32, which also should work. So it's not just binary bitwise operations that need to be the exception. At this point, it just seemed simpler and easy to understand to go back to the hex binary thing, but it really is a good idea to think about whether this is the best solution. There we go. And we still lost some weight, so that was good. Okay. So let's run our tests again. Let's run them in debug so that assertions will go off, because for all I know, we did something bad. Debug. Let's get a compiler going. Debug. Let's make that LLVM. Because LLVM is pickier about signs of things. Sun, sun, everywhere a sign. Yeah, Unicode is fun stuff for some definition of fun other than my definition of fun. Tapeworm by Edmund McMillan. Kickstarter has another. Oh, he was going to postpone his live stream till tomorrow night. They're going to play Tapeworm on the live stream. That sounds fun. Yeah, you could just download the whole list of quotes if you want. Well, that was good, and that is good, and let's make sure it runs. Okay, great. Remove redundant integer range checking. Bam. Bam! That took quite a while to do, but that's programming sometimes, people. And that's exactly why, like, this all worked before. It's just I wanted to delete a function and slightly improve the semantics, and we discovered it wasn't as simple as I'd hoped. And we eventually got something that I think is a small improvement in terms of semantics and a decent improvement in terms of we deleted a function that was like 50 or 70 lines long. But that's the thing that we were talking about before is like most people don't put that much time into this kind of a thing because it's hard and look, it already works. Why are you doing that? And etc. But I think it's very important. It's very important to do these things. Switching to caffeine-free beverages now. Are there any questions about what we just did? It was a little slow. Took us a couple hours. What was this one? Fix that one. Fix that bug. Cross it off, baby. What do you think is acceptable in my number of known issues when releasing some kind of project? Is it just 0? No. I mean, It depends on the size of the issues. I will say the proper acceptable number is way lower than most open source people think it is. Way lower. But, I mean, you know, the games we shipped had known issues. It was just, they were just very small. The issues were things where we were like, yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. Okay. I had a thing to look at somewhere around here. The source has changed, but is it this? I guess it was. Right, that's 82. It's 80. Let me see. Sure have a lot of these. Wish I had fewer of them. Oh wait, it was probably this one. Okay. For struct instantiation procedure call. Let's see if this appears necessary. Because I don't think it is. But maybe it is. Maybe it is important. So basically, what this says is like, look, before you can generate code for this function, you need to know everything about this type. You need to know what all the members are and how big they are and stuff. And I had in a note that I thought that this might be redundant because it's covered elsewhere. And that may be it. It's just I'm not sure at this time where is that elsewhere. How many bugs left on the list? I don't even know. A lot. A lot. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. Let's look at where the other ones of these are. This is a different flavor of it. That's if an identifier binds. Okay. That's in a binary operation. Array subscript. Dereferencing a struct. Assigning a struct. Note substitution. I have a note about note substitution. Okay, so note substitution does do this, which is why, because it appeared to be running without this, but that could just be luck. But this is being done here. So we don't need that. All right. Now we did have a fail, but oh, this is a different problem, an intermittent compilation fail that we have. I thought I had fixed this earlier today before the stream, but it's still happening. So we're going to actually look into this a little more. Let me make sure this still compiles, and we're going to take care of that. It's not unnecessary, it's redundant. Okay, so that was redundant. I want to put a mark next to the thing that says note substitution is messy. Where is that? I'll also cross off the thing that we just deleted. There it is. So we're going to look at that. I know what the problem is there. That'll be an easy one. So let's start looking at this. This is important to fix. It's been hanging around a while in various forms. It actually, I optimized some things and made things nicer, and it's made this happen more often because just timings are different in the compiler now. Attempt to use a struct member whose base address has not been set. It's happening just in a regular assignment. What? Oh. Okay. So this one, we can go look at this, but so you know when you say s.data or whatever, there's this thing where we say, hey, pretend it's a struct. And when we do that, we don't do this need size to build thing. But honestly, I just don't want to run the build pipe. I don't want to like crud all these up. I just don't want to run the build pipe until those are ready. This is actually, this looks like the thing that I thought I fixed earlier today, but it's different. It is different. So that's good. How much friction do I encounter embarking on making a new language? Friends, coworkers, peers. Oh, I talked about this earlier today. I mean, there's plenty of people on the internet who say you're stupid and why are you making a new programming language and you'll never be able to do it. And of course, a lot of people think it's super hard, but they're judging. I mean, it is hard. Look, making a production quality programming language is a lot of work, right? But like, dude, I've worked in the game development coal mines, you know, like as you know, George, games are really a lot of work, and people who haven't done game programming just don't understand how much work it is, how much work you have to do to ship a game, right? And so they don't have the basis for comparison. So then they think, oh, they think that they wouldn't be able to make a programming language like C++. So for sure you can't, because if they can't do it, nobody could do it because nobody's better than them. And it's like, but wait, programming languages get made somehow. So how do you think that happens if nobody is better than you and nobody could make one, right? So it's just usual, not even just internet negativity, but there are a lot of people just societally who will react negatively to people who do ambitious things. And if your friends act that way, then you have to get new friends, unfortunately. I've never really had a problem with friends doing that, mostly because most of my good friends are people I met professionally who also were trying to do ambitious things. And then my other friends are people who don't know anything about programming. So for all they know, this is the same as like making a web page, right? You know why you knew I could do it? Because I was passionate about languages being better. Well, motivation, yes. I mean, that's one of, right? Well, but this is also the same about making video games, right? Like if you don't really want to make it, then when it starts getting hard, you're just like, I don't know, right? Like so many people want to make a game as their hobby project, and then it starts getting hard and they just give up because they don't want to make it that bad, right? So part of it is really wanting to make the thing. Part of it is just really being interested in it from a design and an engineering standpoint. Like, I'm really interested in making the design of this language good. I'm really interested in the engineering challenge of building this compiler that has this feature set, which is honestly pretty hard. So that all keeps it interesting. But then also, part of it is, again, I just came from game development, right? And normal human beings don't understand. You know, it's like if you went and did kung fu training for years, then the amount of exercise that you're used to is really different from the amount of exercise that a normal person is used to, right? That's like, for me, that's like what it's like to program. It's like the amount of programming that I am used to doing is a lot more than the amount of programming that someone who works at Facebook is used to doing, right? Or whatever. It's just tremendously more. Because that's what we had to do in games. If you were going to make a game engine in like 1999, and I know George knows what I'm talking about, you had to really make some things happen. It was a lot of work. A lot of work. And it's easier today because we've figured out a lot of what are the best ways to do things. You got to remember, in the 90s, we didn't even really know how to rotate objects and stuff. Like, it was bad. It was a bad scene. But that's again like advice that I give to people who are young, who are like, how do I get good at programming? And I'm just like, do it a lot, right? And also, make sure that you're trying to have good habits and do challenging things. But like, if you just do it a lot, you'll get better than almost everyone else, because most people are not doing it that much. Most people who think they are full-time programmers are reading Hacker News for half the day, or they're reading Twitter for half the day. They're honestly not programming that much. So if you sit down and crank, you will get better a lot faster than most people. That's just how it is. Making a game is like surviving an apocalypse for a couple years. Oh, only a couple years? For me, it's been longer than that on multiple occasions. There's a reason I'm getting old. People who really want to get good at programming will inevitably get good because they won't even bother to ask how to get good at it. They just do it a lot until they get good. That is also true. And the best advice I can give people to asking how do you get good is like, become that person. Become the person who doesn't sit there and keep asking how to get good and just goes and practices. Do I believe the legends created around the guy from Crash that extract all the juice of PSX, or the things that the late president of Nintendo have done? I don't follow any of that stuff. I don't know. I don't even know what you're referring to. Seriously, no idea. You put 1,000 hours into PUBG and you still weren't good, but you were better than week one. That is true. I never really got that good at PUBG. I did get chicken dinners occasionally. But also it's not any, like the controls for PUBG are so bad. Like I liked playing Blackout a lot more because it just was tighter. Like you could actually control your dude. Like networking worked better. It's just better. Can there be good programming in mobile development? There can. Is there? Mostly no. Controls are bad for everyone. It's even competition. That's true, but I don't know. Like being good at really bad controls, just, I mean... Ugh. All right. Let's fix this thing. Okay. So we're going to have an if statement here that says, look, do not attempt to compile procedures until need to be included here, need to be checked here, include any struct types that or any compound types that we treat as pseudo structs, as those structs need to be used by code exclamation point, whatever. We'll say, we'll put a note here called, so right now I want to put in the place where we use these pseudo structs. See, code all the time has this problem where you make it so that things are correct, and then you come along later and add something and forget what needs to happen when you add that thing, or the summer intern comes along and does it. So there's a big challenge to like making something that isn't very fast to decay over time, and that's what these notes are sometimes, you know. That's what these notes are. So when people check these things, resolve ident for struct dereference. If we add any more types here that pretend to be structs for the purposes of resolution, we need to check them in build bytecode. See the other instance of this label. Maybe it would be simpler just not to use these exclamation point, right? I mean, honestly, it sort of would be simpler, but we'll think about that some other time. Okay, so what are the basic structs? They are what do we do down here? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Resizable array. This is really disgusting. Oh, God. I really shouldn't do this. Okay, so those are the same types for strings as for array views, thankfully. Damn. All right. And then we still didn't get string. Right? Like where do we look this up? New string desk, source code location desk. Okay. You know what? This is going to be way up here because we don't want to do this for every one. Okay, so inline bool sized as type. You know what? Actually, okay. Let's put the long explanation up there with the mess. We'll put the short explanation down here. Okay. What do we do for this type def pointer? We actually init the size, so we don't need these two. We just need these. Okay. The highest pipe exited is greater than or equal to pipe size. Or no, less than pipe size. Okay. And then we need to add basic structs already. Okay. Hope I didn't mess that up. Okay, well, we also need to pass that. Wait. Oh, it's this. Okay, that's better. That actually makes our code shorter in a way that's good. There are visible seams at the edges where triangles meet. Welcome to the world of graphics. Welcome to graphics, where we are sad sometimes. Okay, so now the problem is, even if we fix this successfully, which I hope we did, we may just not hit the problem because it doesn't exhibit that often. So we're just going to hope that that is a thing. And we're certainly going to hope that we didn't break our ability to compile things. All right. Okay. So that makes me happy because that was a thing that I didn't realize was a problem. All right. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Ooh, another spicy failure. That's the other one that I thought I fixed today. Oh my God. Now that one wouldn't have been addressed by what we just did, but it should have been addressed by the other thing. Damn it, bro. Attempt to use a member that has not. All right. I'm not actually going to sweat about that. We're going to come back. This is our top priority bug, though. This one must be fixed. I do not rest until I find that. I would like tomorrow morning to try and attack, like, so this kind of problem only happens once in a while. And I had some things for like randomizing. But they don't seem to help consistently. So I need some other way to make that stuff happen. And I have some vague ideas about that, about what to do. So like, I want to be able to repro that better. Because it's hard, you know, when something only happens like every 100 runs, it's probably more often than every 100 now. It's probably like every 30 or 50. When something only happens that often, it's hard to verify that you fixed it, right? So I want to figure out, what do I do that really helps detect those problems? And then I'll put it in tomorrow. Okay. Any on-topic questions about what's going on? On-topic questions. Don't attempt to build procedures until certain basic types have been sized. Does the random seed thing help find the problem? It does not. Not this problem. And I wish it did. So here's, I kind of understand why, actually. Like what randomize does is when things are in a pipe waiting to go through, it shuffles the order around so that we don't visit things in the same order. But still, for the most part, everything in the pipe is all going to get processed that cycle. And this kind of bug that we ran into has to do with like, well, for whatever reason, a struct just didn't go that early. And then somebody wasn't properly waiting on that struct and tried to go first, right? And so I think if I make randomize better by like, I could add, for example, okay, so by analog, right, if you make a networked video game and you want to make sure it works very well, you actually program in all sorts of fake network problems into your game. So you can run it in developer mode where you get like 10% packet loss and really high latency with a lot of variance on how much latency there is, and you make sure your multiplayer game is still playable, right? So you can do the same thing here where you just simulate what happens in threaded compilation or just weird out of order stuff more heavily. And I guess I just randomized back when I put it in helped. And now it doesn't help anymore, but I'm just used to not using it because it doesn't help. What I really should do is make it help more. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow is randomize version 2. That is the high priority item. It's going to be great. If it's a threading issue, can you somehow save the order of processing and rerun exactly the same? Easier said than done based on what's going on. Like, usually if you need things to happen in the same order, you run things in a non-threaded mode because that's how you make things happen in the same order. Like running threads and having things happen in the order that they happened to happen with those threads is a lot more annoying. You probably could make it happen, but it's continual work through the life of your program. And I would rather not do that. I would rather do something that turns up the problems, this kind of problem. Because this kind of problem is not even necessarily due to threading. All right, that makes me feel good about tomorrow morning. I'm going to attack this problem, and we're going to own. Because then the question becomes, is your thread replay system working correctly every time? That is true. And, I want to change the way this particular thing is threaded, which you want to do all the time to get better performance. And it's like, now I have to do all this stuff to keep the thing in sync, right? It's a pain in the butt. Would running huge batch sets of your tests not get you anything? It would, but I kind of already know what the problem is probably. The problem is just breaking. sometimes I'm really lazy when it comes to tools because I hate tools and how complicated they are, right? And part of it is the stuff that I have is not set up in a way that I like. So like this test program that I'm running, a lot of the tests that it runs are like not separate programs, so I can't run them on their own. I need to set everything else up again so that they're not like embedded in the test program and everything runs as a separate executable like it should. Because I can't, for a lot of these things, I just can't compile them separately and reproducibly because they're just not set up that way. And I just, it's annoying, but other things have been more important, right? And the other thing that's annoying is like, I just don't offhand know how to make a script or modify the compiler or something where, I while run this thing in a batch script, and then when the compiler reports an error, I actually pop up a debugger, right? If somebody can tell me, like the batch script to loop is easy, right? The question is, how do you pop up a debugger when it happens? Because then I could compile the Sokoban game, because the test thing is a pain in the butt and it's hard to use that way, but the Sokoban game is maybe fine. And then I could leave that just compiling all night. Right? You can't actually run it in the debugger because you want to keep running the executable and having it exit and running it and having it exit, right? But if I can put in, let's see, let's take a look at that. Does the bug depend on it running the entire batch of files? I mean, yeah, but if you can run it all night, it's fine, right? That particular bug happens a lot in tests, but I think it also happens with Sokoban sometimes. So that only requires compiling one thing. Okay, let me see. Windows API Open Debugger. Enables a debugger to attach to an active process and debug it. Debugger is granted debugging access to the process. I mean, maybe I can use message box and then attach to the process. That might work. Let me see. Okay, so I can go into report error, right? Or report VA list, right? No check-in. No chicken. Let's just call message box. This is a really stupid idea, but no. Is it T? I forget how to do this Windows T string thing. T reported an error. Like that. And then I could break, right? Is it underscore T? How do you do the Windows T string thing? underscore T parens. I thought there was a thing with just the quotes. Or just while one on the error. Yeah, I don't want to burn my CPU once. Okay, I obviously need to include something. Okay. I guess tcare.h. Something like that. There we go. So I swear you don't actually need the parentheses, but it's fine. Okay, so now if I run the compiler on the Sokoban game, it's fine. So we could put that in a batch file. It's debug build, so it's a little slow, but if I'm running that all night, it's fine, right? Now, if I message box it, let's go to Sokoban and mess it up. It's not even in the first workspace. It's like there. We're just putting some junk into it. And then we do this, and it goes reported an error. So now, the whole point of this is that I take Visual Studio and go debug, attach to process, find the compiler in the process table, and then we... What a garbage. Oh, wait. Oh, because we're not breaking. Retry. This is why I hate all of this. One too many braces in the if. Oh. Wait, what? That must... No, I think it was the right number of braces. It's just messed up. See, this one goes with this up here. That's all. So it was fine. It just looked weird. While one after the message box. Why? How's that going to help anything? How is while oneing after the message box going to help? The message box itself is exiting for some reason. Let's see. While one sleep 500. All right? Okay. So we run this, reported an error, debug, attach to process. There. Okay. So I could do a break all. Let's try retry. Okay, break all. Okay, so that's fine. We can do this. I'll even put an explanation for people who are confused. This lets us run the compiler in a loop overnight, come back and see what's up. Okay, so now batch file to run in a loop. I never remember this stuff. Okay, Echo off. Does echo off? I don't exactly know what that turns off, but anyway. So then we just do our usual compilation command, right? Hold on. Okay. Let's just take that out for a second so that we can compile successfully. Let's turn off the echo off, you know. So we can just see what happens. Building, 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 building. All right. Good. Gotta go fast. Batch might be the worst thing. Oh, there are worse things. There are worse things. Okay. So now let's do a fun thing where we simulate this. We're going to go into main.cpp, and we're just going to say random mod 10 is equal to 5 it was 5. No check in. There we go. So let's rebuild that. We don't have random. Right? There's no random.h. I guess it's just rand. Boy, we're back in the days of rand on Windows. All right. All right, so we're going to run our batch file. Whoops, not that. We're going to run this. And eventually we will get a simulated failure. Ah! On the second run. And then we go debug, debug, attach to process. There. Retry, debug, break all. Okay, great. And then we can see. Wait, guys. This was the actual error that I was going to run all night to catch anyway. This was not the startup error. This was seriously the thing that only happens like every 50 runs. So we don't have to run this all night. We're just going to leave the debugger open all night, and then I'll wake up in the morning and attack it. It is funny. But now, on subsequent nights, we have a thing to run. Debug it now. Now, I'm a little tired, and it's break time for me. It is Miller time. We got some things done. I'm honestly not sure. Not sure why this one wasn't fixed. Actually, I do kind of know. I kind of know. I kind of know. We'll see. At least screenshot the stacks trace. That is not the worst idea. We'll just get everything. Boom. How do I screenshot to file? Isn't there a way to do that? It's fine. Let's do this. All right. So I spent like 20 minutes today making this comparison photo that I tweeted. It was good times. It was good times. See, this was in this painting. See this person right there? I looked at that and I was like, wait a minute. That looks familiar. She's like right there. So, you know, it's like sometimes you gotta call it like you see it. All right. Well, that's all we're going to say tonight. Nobody likes this guy. Everyone's like thumbs down on this guy. Thumbs down means good for gladiators. Yeah, but did the painter of that painting know that back then? Probably not. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming by. We are going to mosey on out of here, but in tomorrow morning, I will be looking at this and trying to understand what the deal is. Thanks everybody for coming by, and I will see you later.